Okay, good evening, everybody. At 6:09 p.m., this meeting of the Mountain View Wisman School Board it can be called to order. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. We will now take roll call of all the trustees present. Laura Blakely,
Bill Lambert,
Laura Berman. Let the record reflect that 4 out of the 5 trustees are here present today, and we have trustee Conley that is on leave. We will move on to item 1C, approval of the agenda. Are there any trustees' questions or comments regarding the agenda? No. We will move on to public comment. If you're a member of the public who'd like to comment on the agenda itself, you may raise your hand in Zoom or press star 9 on your phone. Okay, seeing as there are none, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
approve the agenda.
Second.
Great. On a motion made, all those in favor? Okay. On a motion made by trustee Lambert, seconded by trustee Blakely, the agenda has been approved unanimously. We'll now move on to item 2. Opportunities for members of the public to address the board on items concerning on the closed session agenda. If you're a member of the public and you'd like to comment on the closed session agenda, you may raise your hand in Zoom or press star 9 on your phone. Okay. Seeing as there are no public comments, we will, at 6:11, we will adjourn to closed session. At 7:55 PM, the open session of the meeting is reconvened. There was no action taken during closed session. We are now moving on to item 5, the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered routine and will be approved in one motion. If discussion is required, items may be removed for separate consideration. Trustees, are there questions or comments regarding the consent agenda? We'll move on to public comment. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on the consent agenda, you may raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. We have one special member of the public who is here with us. We have Supervisor Joe Simidian and his staff would like to comment on an item on the consent agenda.
Good evening. I'm County Supervisor Joe Simidian. I won't keep you unnecessarily, but I did want to introduce Kelly Hollywood from Mercy Housing, who's here with us, and Sarah Chafin, who has been working as a consultant on our teacher housing, educator housing project that is part of your consent calendar tonight. And mostly I want to come to offer just a couple of brief comments. I want to say thank you. Working with your district has been a pleasure. You know, we rely on good staff work to make things happen, and that is what has happened here. So let me just acknowledge that publicly, say thank you. I didn't want to just let the item go by without taking a moment to be with you. I'm a little casually dressed today because I've been out hiking the Lehigh Cement Plant Quarry. So if I look a little less formal, please forgive me. The other thing I wanted to say is thank you to you and congratulations to you for your larger teacher housing, workforce housing, educator housing project, whatever we're going to call the project. It's, to me, an indication that you and your district understand the importance of using this tool and others to make this a place where educators, our workforce can, in fact, live and be part of the community. I have had folks, whether it's your larger project or the project that you're looking at tonight on your consent calendar, I've had folks say, well, gee, that's a nice thing to do for our teachers. And I have sort of asked them to pause and say, you know, it's not that it's a nice thing. It's an essential thing if we're going to maintain excellence in our schools and therefore excellence in our communities. You know, you may only be looking at 12 units, but I believe over the years, it is hundreds, if not thousands of students who will benefit. They will benefit because there will be a teacher there before school for a few minutes to spend time with a kid who's struggling. There will be a teacher there at the end of the school day to spend time with a youngster who perhaps has an unrealized passion for a particular subject and will suddenly have the encouragement they need to wrap their arms around this challenging topic. They'll be benefiting because the teacher will have time to spend on a lesson plan rather than commuting an hour and a half to 2 hours each way. They'll have the benefit of having somebody, you know, on the custodial staff who in a moment of emergency will be here and not trapped during an earthquake or a flood or a fire, God forbid, you know, literally 100 miles away. So in so many ways that we can only imagine today, the decisions you are making about your larger project and tonight about your piece of the county's workforce housing, educator housing project are going to benefit kids in ways that we can only imagine, as I say, not in small numbers, but in great numbers, and not just right now, but I think for literally decades to come. So with that, I wanted to say thank you. I'm glad I could introduce a couple members of the team. We wanted to be here to say thank you for such a good and productive working relationship with your staff. If there are any questions, we're happy to answer them, but the fact that it's on consent, as the chair has indicated, is an indication that these issues have been addressed, I's have been dotted, T's have been crossed, and I'm going to sit down and get out of the way. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for those words. We are very excited about our teacher housing projects. Thank you for being here with us. Trustees, any final comments?
Just one quick one. It's nice to see you all not on Zoom. I'm realizing why your faces look so familiar because of sitting in on a couple of those Zooms talking about the project early on. So thank you for all you're doing. We're really looking forward to it.
Yeah. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
On a motion made by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Lambert, the consent agenda has been approved unanimously. Good night. We will move on to item 6, communications. We'll begin with employee organizations. Are there any representatives of employee organizations who would like to address the board at this time? Seeing as there are none, we'll move on to 6B, district committees. Are there representatives of district committees that would like to address the board at this time? Okay, we will move on to 6C, updates from the superintendent. Dr. Rudolph?
Yep, just want to echo Supervisor Semenian's words. It just so happened, as we were talking, NBC Bay Area just reported that Mountain View is now the most expensive place to rent a 1-bedroom. That rents increased last year by 24%. That we actually surpassed San Francisco. So that speaks volumes. So obviously the 2 projects that we just did are going to go a long way to make rents affordable. The average rent is $3,100. And one of the reasons that they say the rents have went up is high-tech companies demand that employees come back to work has driven the demand up. Most affordable place to live right now in the Bay Area is Vallejo at $1,600. So just want to remind people, we sent out a note. I know normally we have a community check-in. It's my mom's birthday. It actually was last weekend, but we're celebrating in Cincinnati. So I'll be flying out right after this. She has some very specific wishes that she has enacted for her birthday, so I must abide by those. So there will not be a community check-in. I don't think she would approve if I was to chime in at 6 p.m. or 6:30. So I just want to put that out there. But I do want to just take this moment to share. We do have a volunteer update, so we will be making masking optional and for volunteers. We also are just requiring the base level vaccination for volunteers moving forward after talking with a lot of advisory groups. And then the final group being our teachers or ELD. And we'll be sending out some more updates also in terms of masking. We know that the pandemic is sort of wrapping up. The request for masking is a little bit different. I know we have a topic today, but just be on the lookout for some changes that we'll have. And then we're looking at what's an available time to have a community check-in for this month. Obviously, we know we have winter break coming up, and so that's going to make things a little bit difficult because ski week, a lot of people disappear, but we'll be working on that. So just want to give those quick updates just real quick.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item 7, community comments. We have an agendized item in our community comments today, item 7A. The Board of Trustees will hear a presentation by representatives from 2 environmental nonprofits that serve our Mountain View Wisman students, Living Classroom and Canopy, who requested that this item be agendized. So if you are presenting today, we will project your presentation. And we will allow you to unmute yourselves. And if you could introduce yourselves to the board and our viewers, that would be appreciated.
Hello, this is Cami Lowe representing Canopy. I'm the incoming interim executive director as our long-serving executive director is retiring. I believe my colleague from Living Classroom is here as well.
Okay. Let's see. Dr. Rudolph, do we have both of them unmuted? Ms. Lowe, will you be going back and forth in your presentation? Will you be co-presenting?
Margot from Living Classroom is going first, followed by me. I think
Okay.
on her ID says admin LC.
Okay. Give us just one moment.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. Okay, we have your
Okay.
presentation up. If you'd like to begin, go right ahead.
Thank you so much. I appreciate having the opportunity to speak with you this evening. Cami and I are going to co-present this evening. I'm Margot Harrigan, Executive Director of Living Classroom, and as Cami just introduced herself, she is the interim Executive Director of Canopy. Together, we have collaborated on a number of school greening projects in the past, specifically at Graham and Crittenden middle schools. And Living Classroom in particular has provided environmental literacy to Mountain View schools since 2012. The key points of our presentation tonight are what is a living schoolyard, the benefits of living schoolyards, why outdoor learning spaces matter, and what they look like. Second slide, please. First, I'm going to define what a living schoolyard is. Firstly, it is an outdoor space that provides defined, accessible, and adequate spaces for edible beds with irrigation and a native garden or gardens that provide pollinator-friendly flowers that act as a habitat for small local wildlife, such as birds, lizards, and beneficial insects. Living schoolyards should have trees, particularly large shade trees. Along with traditional playground equipment, living schoolyards should incorporate natural features such as logs and boulders for sitting on, and where possible, simple trails bordered by native wildflowers with interpretive signs. Living schoolyards add site diversity to many existing designs that often emphasize sports and standardized play structures. This sounds like a lot, I know. However, Mountain View already has two excellent examples of living schoolyards at Thurcroft and Graham schools. These schools are great examples of what living schoolyards should be, right next to playgrounds and playing fields. Next slide, I'm sorry. Living schoolyards are also about students having plenty of space to plant, to tend to, and harvest fresh, organically grown vegetables, fruits, and grains. These activities provide teachers with a wealth of pre- and post-lesson academic material in language arts, social studies, and math. The students learn the enjoyment and satisfaction of where much of their food comes from. If you've ever watched young children pull carrots or potatoes out of the ground, you know what I'm talking about. Next slide. Why build a living schoolyard? First of all, outdoor learning and just being outdoors, even for a few minutes, enhances health and well-being for everyone, both teachers and students. Secondly, living schoolyards are child-centered. Encouraging children to be outdoors fosters their natural curiosity and sense of adventure, exploration, and wonder. And least of all, and not least of all, installing and enjoying outdoor space strengthens our local ecological systems. Next slide. Okay, we borrow these next two slides from the Children and Nature Network, and I think they convey our message perfectly. Living schoolyards provide mental and social emotional benefits and can improve academic outcomes. For example, after being outdoors, most students feel calmer and experience less stress, feel more emotionally restored, more resilient, and develop better social skills and self-awareness. Next slide. Academically, outdoor learning provides hands-on experiential learning, which enhances the cognitive processes important for learning and supports different learning styles. Knowledge retention improves after being outdoors and enjoying hands-on activities. Next slide. Other benefits of outdoor schoolyards include the opportunity for tactile and sensory learning for students that learn differently. Living schoolyards provide relevant learning on topics that many children already know and care about, such as preserving open spaces, recycling, water conservation, and protection of endangered species. Being outside also encourages observation. Next slide. Why Yeah, next slide. Yeah, there you go. Why do living schoolyards matter? Well, I've just presented some material that documents the benefits of just being outside. Living schoolyards provide the opportunity to interact with nature up close on a daily basis. Secondly, living schoolyards can enrich and enhance classroom learning. The outdoors can be an inspiration for language arts activities such as poetry and journaling. Outdoor learning enhances ethnobotany, the many ways our native people use the plants in the gardens for food and medicine and household items. And of course, gardens are the ultimate outdoor science labs. Outdoor classrooms enrich lessons at all grade levels in botany, biology, ornithology, entomology, and mycology. And I actually know what those things mean. Next slide. Living schoolyards are an investment. They do require regular maintenance and support. But just as we have invested in indoor classrooms that are essential for academic learning, so are outdoor learning spaces essential to learning. Outdoor living classrooms have the potential to enhance and enrich our students' learning and their lives. What children learn at school today, they'll be able to use tomorrow to shape our society and our planet. And now I'm going to turn it over to Cami to continue our presentation.
Thank you so much, Margot. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you again for the opportunity to present today. And thank you so much, Margot. I really like how you highlighted the key benefits of green living schoolyards. Here, we're showing an infographics that show in detail the many ways that trees, gardens, and school greening can promote healthy schools and communities. Next slide, please. As the district embarks on the process of greening the Vargas campus and other school campuses in the future, I would like to use this process map from the Children and Nature Network and discuss a few best practices of building successful green living schoolyards. On the left of the graphic, in the getting started stage, the Children and Nature Network emphasizes the key step of funding, policies, and partnership. The district's climate change and green schoolyard resolution on tonight's agenda later is an important component of this policy piece. Partnership with the school staff, parents, students, neighbors, community-based nonprofits, and advocacy groups is also a key ingredient for success. In Canopy's experience of building community green spaces, we find it critical to invest time upfront with the stakeholders to chart a shared vision, common goals, and a comprehensive plan so that all the stakeholders can work together to achieve the shared objectives. I would also note that greening schoolyards is a process. It's more than just planting the trees and installing the gardens. These living things need to be cared for and nurtured, as Margot said before. So it would be important to intentionally engage the school community to activate the green spaces for learning, for them to enjoy the space and interact with it during out of school time, and also continue to care for the green spaces, evaluate how they work and how well they work, and also improve these green spaces. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see on the right-hand side, there are two photos from Green Schoolyards America, a nationwide nonprofit that provides great resources for greening school campuses. So the photo at the top shows an elementary school in San Francisco that has gone through a pretty dramatic transformation. The photo on the top was taken before renovation, and you can see this area of the schoolyard did not have much greenery and was very much a heat island. And look at what's possible in a few years. The photo at the bottom shows 10 years later, what a dramatic transformation. On the left of the slide, here are some of the best practices that we can look at that can make such transformations possible. We've talked about visioning, goal setting, and comprehensive planning. Community engagement, obviously, it's a key component, and I really appreciate the district doing that. In addition, equitable resource allocation across the schools would be very important as well. Another best practice is to consult experts in the community, including green schoolyard designers, arborists, environmental literacy educators, environmental nonprofits, and community leaders. And last but not least, the process itself is as important as the result. Next slide, please. Here are some specific best practices related to trees based on Canopy's 26 years of growing the community urban forest in the Mid-Peninsula. First is the principle of choosing the right tree for the right place. Canopy recommends climate-appropriate, drought-tolerant tree species and strongly recommends large stature species if the space can support them. Native trees contribute significantly to the ecosystem. Second, providing ample space for tree roots and branches can help ensure trees grow to their full potential without causing conflicts with the infrastructure around them. Third, a thoughtful tree care plan to ensure long-term health, especially the first 5 years after planting, is critical for a successful establishment. I would also again emphasize the importance of engaging the community, especially our youth. In my work with Canopy, I have planted trees at many schools, parks, and neighborhoods. I'm always inspired by how enthusiastic the children are. When given the chance to learn about nature, to help plant a tree, to help take care of a garden, to learn about the natural world by getting their hands dirty. Look at the pride on this young girl in the photo on the right. She was helping me mulch some of the newly planted trees, and she was so engaged and so happy to be there. The saying, people protect what they love, rings very true to me, because when children feel connected with nature, they want to protect it. I strongly believe in providing lots of opportunities for children to help plant and care for their own green living schoolyard at their own school. Next slide, please. To wrap up, I would like to return to the common goals that we all have for building green, educational, living schoolyards. These common goals are to improve students' educational outcomes, to enhance students' physical, mental, and social emotional health, to provide equitable educational environments and opportunities, to support the district's LCAP goals, and also to benefit the ecosystem and mitigate climate change effects. I look forward to robust collaborative process where all stakeholders can work together towards these shared objectives. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here with you.
Thank you, Cami. Thank you, Margot, for your presentation tonight. Trustees, are there any questions for our presenters tonight? No. Do we have any comments or questions, or any comments from the public? If you are a member of the public and wish to comment on this item, you may raise your hand in Zoom. Seeing as there are none, any final comments, trustees? So, Kim and Margo, I just want to thank you for presenting your insights and sharing with us about a little bit more about what a school garden can look like and the potential for engaging students and all of the benefits. So thank you for your presentation tonight. We deeply appreciate it. Thank you so much. We will move on to general community comments. This is a time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and the administration welcome this time to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agendized items. If you're a member of the public and you would like to address the board on items not on the agenda, you may raise your hand in Zoom. Seeing as there are none, we will move on to item 8, review and action. We will begin with item 8A, approval of schematic design, budget, and schedule for the outdoor learning and greening project at Vargas Elementary School.
Good evening, trustees. Give me just a moment to share my screen. I also have Carducci and Associates here. Can I double check that they're able to unmute themselves?
I was able to.
Hello,
yes.
good night, everybody.
Thank you. Hi.
All right. So starting with our guiding principles, we want to make sure that we have an equitable distribution of resources that support our students. I'm going to run through this because the board has actually heard this several times. So this has been a longer process. Prior to removing the trees at Vargas, the board had explored building a carport using Measure T funds, as well as harvesting pine cones and several other options that were looked at before we took on this current plan. So part of our conceptual plan goals were, one, to replace the trees that we had removed, exceeding the 2-to-1 ratio, improving campus greening, providing flexible, informal outdoor learning spaces, increasing intercampus tree canopy, and supporting the district goals of existing campus programs and curriculum. And then I'll pass it off to Carly to talk about the feedback we received.
Hello, yes, my name is Carly Banky. I work with Carducci Associates, and so I'm just going to go quickly through some of the feedback that we've heard on our 124 Vargas feedback meeting. It was held via Zoom from 4:30 to 5:30 p.m. We had approximately 25 attendees, including but not limited to members of Living Classroom, members of Green Spaces Mountain View, and some of the general summary of that input and some of the main highlights of that meeting that we heard from the public was living classroom space improvements, needing a minimum of about 1,000 square foot of garden space and contiguous native planting space, more wood planters for classroom instruction, which would be about 8 by 4 foot wooden planter boxes. There are 2 currently on site, so essentially matching those, and including native habitat gardens as well. There were also talk about having more green space resources, such as spaces for fairy gardens, imaginative play, a recycling compost program, planting areas at grade versus having raised planters, native planting and pollinator gardens. As noted just right before this presentation, more large canopy shade trees are beneficial when possible, using species that mainly have no fruit, large seeds, sap, etc., especially at the school frontage along North Westman Road and within the interior of the campus. And then a big emphasis on partnering with the city, Canopy, Living Classroom, Dark Sky, Green School Years America, etc., in terms of having community input. And just some additional feedback that we've received post that meeting via emails and great diagrams would be adding nature to sensory play and therapeutic proposed spaces, including broad canopy trees for maximum shade and carbon sequestration, irrigation updates and training, making sure we have the appropriate infrastructure, protecting and relocating donated buddy bench that's currently north of the YMCA portables and classrooms, and including a diverse and native tree and shrub selection, specifically seasonal color, using deciduous versus evergreen where possible, supportive of the native habitat instruction, and including species that will provide shade and beauty. And then George and myself actually were able to meet on site to observe kind of the playground and using all the input we've been given thus far. And some of those that input and observations after meeting with the principal as well was Foursquare is probably the most popular hardcore play. Hopscotch areas are not used, not as much as the Foursquare specifically. It would be acceptable to relocate some of the Foursquare areas to the EVA lane areas for optimizing greening opportunities to the inner courtyard. Elements like wall ball, drop shot, basketball, and varied play striping was desired. The fenced kinder lunch tables may be relocated under the solar canopy to expand the greening and outdoor learning opportunities. That would be right adjacent to where the current living classroom space is, so that could be an opportunity there explored. Fencing can also be adjusted as needed. Both play structure areas are highly used, both for active and passive play. And there were many opportunities for greening at the parking lot and perimeter along North Westman Road to kind of screen the children's play yard from the vehicular way. And I will now pass it over to George to walk everybody through our updates to the schematic plan.
Yes, good evening. Hello, everybody. Again, this is George Lowe, no relation to Cami. And I am also with Carducci Associates and working with Carly and Vince on the design. And we having listened to the presentation by Canopy and Living Classroom before us, we have gotten a lot of input from them, and we are 100% aligned with their goals, not just for Vargas, but for the district schoolyards in general, and what greening can do, and share their excitement about what outdoor opportunities give kids, and really wanting to emphasize connection to nature, opportunities to interact and be inspired by nature, opportunities for kids to have different kind of experiences outdoors, whether those are different kinds of learning experiences than they have in the classroom, or different kinds of recreational opportunities where it's more about wonder and wandering versus more directed games or sports or activities like that. So we really are share the district goals of equity, diversity in the opportunities, diversity as far as who we are catering to in this space. So as Carly mentioned, we got quite a bit of feedback from the last couple meetings, as well as in emails that came in after the fact. And, it was a real game changer, I think, for Carly and I to visit the site and get a better sense of what opportunities there are there into the space. And we are looking now at the plan that we presented before, which, as you can see, has a lot of green and trees, particularly around the perimeter of the schoolyard at the entry along the oaks that are going to be replaced, the pine trees that were there, and some understory, the planting the trees along the eastern edge of on the opposite side of the field. But what really became more obvious, or what was exciting opportunities that we discovered when we were there and spoke, we visited the site with Rebecca and we met with the principal, was coming to realize that there were more opportunities to work in that central courtyard, the central play space, than we had thought previously. Some of the things that we were, you can flip to the next slide, but the things that really changed were that the Foursquare courts that we, or all the game striping in general, it was really only the Foursquare courts that are being used by students. So, there was, we were not wanting to touch a lot of the play space because we wanted to preserve that striping, but that wasn't as much of a limitation as we thought previously. And then also we had some concerns about whether things could be located further away and whether the people would be able to monitor kids during recess and lunch and so on. And that wasn't considered a concern or something they couldn't manage on site either. So that really opened things up, as well as Carly mentioned, the opportunity there were some shade structures north of the current living classroom space that we thought needed to be there for the younger children, but they are using the large number of picnic tables that are under the solar array. So that opportunity really opened up for us. So that was really exciting. We could step back from what we're doing and reconsider our approach. And what you're seeing in front of you is the result of that, which is an emphasis on bringing green to that central area. And what we have showing the potential layout, a possible layout of the raised garden beds that Living Classroom has asked for as a number that they would like to have there, as well as some space. It's a little bit harder to see at this scale, but space just north of the beds and around the perimeter of the beds that could be planted with natives, and that would be, we're showing it green, but it would really be for Living Classroom to plant per their curriculum, that they have specific things they seem to want to use for the teaching. So there's space for that. All of that is within the fence line, so it's protected from balls and running kids and everything else that happens on the schoolyard. And then surrounding that to the north and east, we have a large planting area, which we're proposing to be a redwood grove. And the exciting thing about this is that it's much bigger scale than what we were showing previously. And it provides what the previous presenters were talking about, which is an opportunity to really go into the grove, engage. Wouldn't go as far as to say they're going to get lost in there. It's not that big, but there's really a chance to kind of escape the hardscape and get in there and be under trees, and there'll be natural elements like logs and boulders and things, or stones that they can sit on. And so it really provides a different kind of opportunity than what is there now, which is just for kids who want to dig in the dirt or have a conversation and not be involved in an organized game during recess or something, to have a place where they can go. And then also the evolution of, which is still in development, of all the striping, but seeing how the striping and the various design elements work together. So the repainted asphalt and using that design to reinforce the other things that are going on within the play yard. And then we've also tried to bring a lot more trees around the play spaces. And so there's more shade intentionally where we can fit it. We're still very limited in some ways by the emergency vehicle access. But we've put as many trees in as we can. And also, sorry, just one other thing is that you're seeing here is we've also been thinking about the species of trees that go in and trying to bring in bigger trees. We know that we do want to have shade. There's the conflict with the solar array, but we do show a number of larger trees and as well as additional trees. So in the previous scheme, we had about 60 trees. This scheme has upwards of 90. As we get more into the details of what's possible exactly where, we'll probably land somewhere in the middle. But we're looking at redwoods on the inside. We're also trying to bring in some more color. So there's cercis, there's a redbud. It's a beautiful tree. It's not a huge canopy tree, but it's got a spectacular bloom. It's up there in the upper right corner. That's a native. We're talking about some big leaf maples in the stormwater area near the field, as well as some of the smaller flowering trees. And then also have the big oaks and Linothamnus, which is, these are all technical terms, but larger trees that provide shade in that courtyard and around the space. And another thing, sorry, that's just, we don't have to go back to the plan, but one thing that stood out to us when we visited the site was that the whole campus is very exposed to the street. Whether that's at the parking area where, it's just well, of course, because the trees were there, but this planted strip that's unplanted, but also along the baseball field and the fence there. When you're standing on that field, you just look out and you just see the cars going by. So we want to use things like the Pacific wax myrtle, which is a large native shrub that gets 10, 12 feet high around the perimeter to provide a sense of enclosure as well. And then we're also responding to particular requests from our conversation with the principal for very specific site elements that they're missing, that they'd like to see, like a ball wall or two, which we show in that upper area, so that kids have a wall to play ball against, which obviously provides lots of ways for imaginative kids to play. And then there's also a drop shot. Yes, Rebecca, do you want to go back to the plan just so we can talk about it? Yeah. Yeah, up there. So if the ball walls are up in that north area, that's kind of, I can't zoom in, but I think it's number 14 up there in the top, along the access to the Google site, and then where there's some new 4-square courts proposed, and then coming back closer to the existing basketball court, there's what's called a drop shot, which is a kind of like an alternative to basketball. It's a similar idea of you're throwing a ball in a hoop, but it's a 360-degree game because there's no backboard. So there's we're proposing a triple drop shot court in that area, potentially taking out half of the basketball court to continue on that theme of a diversity of recreational opportunities and trying to give kids, from one year to the next, different things that they can do and different things that PE teachers can do and teachers can do with their kids. So, and the after school programs as well. So, so yeah, we're really excited about the way that this design evolved. And there's, we partly inspired by the great redwood trees that are growing on the site right now, but are unfortunately on the other side of one of the main school buildings, and so not as accessible to the kids. So we're hoping to bring that feeling right into the middle, and also use that as a way of welcoming people to the site. So when you walk in and you look through that opening between the multi-purpose room and the administrative building, you see green, and then you get to experience that and feel more of it as you come into the site. Thank you.
Thank you, George. All right, Jason, are you on? All right, I will talk through overall budget. So overall budget, our anticipated bid amount is $452,000 for the grand total of $685,000 for both hard cost and soft cost. Looking at our schedule, we're hoping to, excuse me, sorry, Jason is just texting me. Oh, he's not able to turn on his camera or mic. I don't know if someone's able to.
I'm able to now, so I was just allowed to.
All right, well, I took your first slide.
Okay, well, I'll take it from here then. Thank you, Rebecca. So schematic design schedule. Today we're February 9th at schematic design, which is a board, hopefully board approval tonight. That's where we are. Once the schematic design is approved by the board, the folks at Carducci will go directly into design development and construction documents. So that's the next phase, which assuming the schematic design were approved tonight, would run from February to about June. From there, the project goes into DSA review. We're anticipating this would be an access only review. So that would go from June to around October. From there, the project would go out to bid, need about 2 months to do that. So October to December. And then from there, it would go into contracts and construction. We're showing here construction December through February. That's simply showing the quickest this can get done. We would obviously work with the folks at Carducci and the district to schedule the project so we hit the planning season appropriately, and then 2, work with the school district and site to ensure a minimum impact to students. So whether it's we try to take advantage of a spring break for planting, or if it's a summer project or whatever it may be, there's certainly some flexibility there. And that is it for schedule.
All right. Any questions?
Thank you so much for the presentation. Trustees, any questions? I see Trustee Blakely.
Hi, I have a couple of questions. One is that grove area in the middle of the courtyard. Have we considered any trees other than redwoods? I love the idea of a grove, but seeing all the damage that redwoods have done, like in the neighborhood and through the community with the root systems, I'm just really worried that over time they would tear up the foundations and become problematic, and also block the sun for the solar array. So I'm just wondering if there's an alternate type of tree that might be used for the grove.
Yeah, well, I mean, as I mentioned, there is a grove of trees on the site of redwood, behind the building, on the other side of the building there, that are doing really well. So part of the idea of a redwood grove is inspired by that, and by the health and the feeling of that space, which is really beautiful. And obviously emphasis on using native trees and native plants in general was one of the things that drove us in that direction. But and then we're talking also about potentially bringing in some soil and doing some berming or mounding in the grove areas to provide additional soil volume. So that would also help protect the adjacent asphalt paving, and then also potentially reducing the number that we showed in the plan and pulling the trees back from the edges as a way to protect the adjacent conditions. So there's ways of working with those trees, we think, that would mitigate any kind of concerns or damage potentially. At the same time, none of these things are set in stone either. So, we're at a schematic phase. So, we're open to conversations, but we do like the idea of those groves.
Thank you. I love the idea of a grove. I just know in my neighborhood in Old Mountain View, people are having to apply to take them out. They're ripping up foundations. They're ripping up sidewalks. They're really not native to this area. I think Palo Alto, like back in the 1800s, they were, but it's really more of a coastal tree in general. So you guys are the experts, not me. I just know that redwoods tend to cause problems in this area. So, I trust you're working with arborists and stuff. And my other question was, in terms of the timeline and the budget, is there any chance, depending on planning season, that we might at least be able to put large oaks, which I think is what you have planned for, along the Wisman area where we removed those canary pines, sooner than like a year from now? If the planning season piece is conducive before do we need DSA approval or whatever for that?
So we do not. So that's certainly something that can be done earlier. It would affect the budget a little bit because there's some economies of scale that are lost there by basically separating it out into 2 projects. But it would certainly be doable. You're 100% correct. Those trees would not require DSA approval.
Thank you.
Trustee Ching.
Thank you. And I have a set of questions, so I'll ask the first half now and then let other people go first, and I'll come back to the other part. I was looking at the kind of the Measure T projects that are happening at Vargas, and just wanted to get a kind of update from roll up doors to the MUR and the open windows, like just because those are things that kind of communicate to the public. Do we have a status on those two existing projects?
So that project is out to bid currently. Bids are due on the 28th of this month, and then the project itself is planned for construction over summer of 23 as to not impact the school during the school year.
Thank you. The schematic that's being recommended to the board, it removes the full basketball court, right? So does that mean that Vargas would be the only school that doesn't have a full court basketball?
No, it still has the basketball court
It
there.
has a half court, right? Doesn't the final update be a half court, not a full basketball court with nets on two sides so you can play a full game?
They don't play a full game.
That's correct. It would not be a full court, but the feedback we got was that the kids weren't playing full court basketball, and this was the comments coming from the principal, and that basketball playing from year to year changes quite a bit on the student body. So our goal there was to, provide various to diversify. It would be great to be able to leave the full court in place and find another place for a drop shot or some other structure. But given the extensive EV lane limitations, there's really nowhere else to put it.
Do we know if the community uses the full court and after hours?
There was the city of Mountain View actually just built a brand new full court basketball court. That's a regulation that is over in the Westman community. So only kids use it. And oftentimes they, at least when I've been out there, they play half court. The soccer field is used the most extensively. It's probably being used right now. Basketball is a lot more hit or miss. And now that the regulation courts are open, we see, at least I see as a community member that lives over there, a lot more people migrate over to that new park that's next to the train stations. It's right behind the field. So I've seen a lot more people there, dogs and everything else, as opposed to on our campus.
Thank you. One last question, I'll save the rest for later. We've received community comments from local arborists suggesting certain trees. Has that been relayed to Carducci, and has there been a arborist consultant in working on the plans that are being brought to this board?
So all the comments have been shared, and then I'll let Carducci and Associates address the other pieces.
Yeah, this is Vince. We've received the comments and we're looking at different species. We actually offer different species on the plan and imagery of non-natives. Our goal was to use natives, and using natives in there, if we put oaks in there, there's a similar issue of growth and how large they would get in canopy wise. So we are still investigating and looking at different species. We are experts.
So does that mean that there's an arborist on staff that's been involved in this project?
Yeah, I'm an arborist on staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Trustee Lambert.
Yes, will there be other opportunities and a mechanism whereby members of the public or the staff and teachers at Vargas can give input on the process during the next year that this is being worked on?
I think we always, if staff has something that they want to communicate, they can send me notes, they can speak with their principal. I think this has been a kind of a long process to where we've been receiving staff and community comments probably since Vargas was built.
Yeah. Okay, so you're the touch point then for any additional comments from the community or anybody for the process, for the program. Yeah. Thank you.
Trustee Chang.
Okay, well, thank you. So I guess actually just one last question. For the schematic that's being presented to the board for a vote, the way the outdoor space is working, I'm imagining kind of like some of the stuff that we have currently in middle schools. They seem like they're more for play use, not designed for outdoor classrooms. Is that correct? That the kind of the way the stumps would be set up and things are largely for kind of like children play and not for like, will any of the things we're building allow a teacher to take their entire class? Or is it kind of not set up for that type of usage?
It's absolutely set up for both uses. That's our whole goal, was to create green spaces where they could gather informally and formally. If you notice for example, in the raised beds, we didn't just put raised beds in, we put raised beds in with benches along the edge that would face each other. So a whole class of 30 kids could go out there in the planting area with living classrooms and have a teaching moment. But they could also use it as a workbench to plant and hold their small plants to be able to put them in the soil. So we're thought through quite a few opportunities throughout the site to allow for gathering of children and classrooms, or gathering to get away from outdoor, more active areas. So that's the whole goal that we're trying to do, is create opportunities to connect with nature and also be able to teach without looking like an indoor classroom.
Thank you for the answer. And the last question, actually, I was looking back at our Measure T timeline for projects, and the one that was posted to the district website on September 2021, on our Measure T website. And on that timeline, it has our past board discussions on the outdoor learning spaces as a school district. And I recognize that's going back to during the pandemic times that we put that on there. So I just kind of want to get an update on, because on there, the timeline had that like we'd be in construction right now for that project. So I just wanted to get an update on what is our, I don't know, like what is our status on the outdoor learning spaces that are existing still on the timeline for the other school sites?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's the one where we talked about the possibility of repurposing this. So when we started that timeline in that project, it was more COVID centric, of creating true outdoor classrooms, because we were trying to figure out how to get people outside. And it was more about sort of a classroom environment with internet and everything else. And then that sort of lost its wind as we reopened. And at the last meeting, or maybe 2 meetings ago, when we started this update of the process, I said that, we can look at other schools and we can repurpose those funds so that, we're looking at greening schools, but also balancing how do we green a school, but also creating these other opportunities for kids to go outside. So it's not a classroom per se, but it is a gathering spaces and other types of things that, as I think you and Trustee Lambert said, it gives it more of a park feel as opposed to just a classroom that exists in some type of space. And so I think, at least my impression in my notes was just that the board was comfortable with that, provided that they saw examples of what this looked like. And this was the first iteration of it. And if this worked, then we would go and do this work at other sites. And I think that's when the comment came up that every site is very different. And because every site's different, you wouldn't expect this extensive greenscaping at Theracroft, which has, essentially a grove in between the schools. But at Castro, you would need something like this because Castro and Stevenson are a lot more concrete areas, hardscape. And so those sites will get different treatments.
Okay, so are there any other trustee questions? Then we will move on to members of the public. If you would like to make a comment on this item, you may raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. I see that we have 2 comments. We will begin with admin LC, I believe Margot. If you can unmute yourself, and you have 3.
Okay, thank you very
Who's got
much.
a third?
Yes, I to reiterate, I'm the executive director for Living Classroom, and I have a lot to be happy about in this presentation. I am delighted with comments by Carducci and Associates and their commitment to outdoor learning and just the total benefits that provides students. I was thrilled to see the raised beds with the seating benches, but I will have to admit I had a hard time reading the schematic numbers and words. I did not see a specifically identified space for what we in Living Classroom as an organization and as a deliverer of environmental literacy. I didn't see a native garden. Is that on the map or not?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good.
Under the
I
grove,
just
it's
couldn't
all
tell from the
natives
writing.
for
It's
you.
very blurred and I couldn't tell from the numbers. whether there was
Apologize. Thank
Okay.
you.
Good. And I'm just delighted. I think this is a huge improvement over the prior proposal. And to Dr. Rudolph's most recent comment, I think each school does need to be treated differently. Castro Mistral in particular has a lot of asphalt and has a lot of opportunity with some of the territory they have there, some of the property itself, to create some incredible outdoor learning spaces. And what I didn't say in my presentation a few minutes ago was this is also a community asset. And these beautiful schools, when they're all fully, renovated in with green spaces and the groves of trees and the sensory walls that you've presented here, these are community assets as well for all of us to enjoy, not just our students and teachers, although of course that's the primary beneficiary. But I am very impressed with your listening, with your taking our thoughts and ideas into stride and coming up with a pretty good plan. But we're not letting our guard down quite yet. When I see all the spaces being used this way, I'm just very, very pleased. Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
We have another member of the public. Sorry, I don't see them right now. Let's see.
Charlie or Corinne, if y'all could just call out for
Yes,
us,
please.
just because we can't see it.
Can't see them.
Next will be Jen Dux. Hi, my name is Jen Dux and I am a kindergarten teacher at Vargas, and I'm very excited about the green space opportunities that we have offered to us. I currently have one of the classrooms, luckily by the redwoods right now, and I absolutely love it. It's such a nice view. I actually used it today for teaching about California state symbols, so it was great. I do, as a teacher who's been at Vargas from the very beginning, I do ask that you do please strongly consider the impact of construction during the school day, as we have lived through that already. And it is, the kids, it's already a small space and the kids need that room that we have. Also just really excited. We are very exposed there. I didn't realize how much we were going to miss the trees until they were gone. Happy our cars are safe now, but we do miss the trees. They do feel exposed. So very excited and looking forward to the new Vargas. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe we have one other member of the public that would wish us to comment. Mary D. You have 3 minutes if you can unmute yourself in Zoom.
Thank you. I was just so thrilled when I saw this update to the design. The idea of including like a grove of trees, I just think is inspired, and especially now here in the description with the elements that are going to be underneath it and everything, and maybe undulations or whatever, and the elevation and stuff. It just very excited to see this, and I really appreciate how many more trees and everything have been included in the latest design. I really wish I wasn't concerned, but I am concerned about the redwoods because redwoods are native to places like Muir Woods, and I just looked up the average rainfall there, and it's like 40 inches or 47 inches a year, and the average rainfall in Mountain View is 15 inches a year. And so I really am concerned. I know there are some already on the campus and they are beautiful. I've seen them, but I think it would be wise to include some more climate appropriate plants, some drought tolerant plants. There are some natives that I understand that the canopies get wider, but maybe fewer trees with wider canopies. And the other thing to maybe think about, and since there's some redwoods on the campus, I don't know if there's a place to tell us or not if they're too close to the buildings, but redwoods in the wintertime, once they get really tall, I mean, when the sun is low in the sky, the shadow is really long. And so the playground there, I mean, I love shade. But maybe in the middle of the winter, it's going to be too much. And so I wonder if deciduous trees might be a better choice. So I hope you approve the concept of the grove here, and this, it's just a beautiful design with maybe having taken one more look at the trees and seeing if maybe there's some deciduous natives that might work. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, we are going to, any final comments from the board? No.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd just like to thank the members of the public who worked with Dr. Westover, worked with Carducci and the school district to make this plan much better than it started out. It's really important that our school campuses serve not only the students, but also serve the community as well. So, I thank you very much for your participation, your comments, and, I hope that people, if you have any other thoughts, please direct them to Dr. Westover. Thank you very much.
Trustee Whitley.
I echo what Bill said. And I also just want to say, I appreciate the modifications. I think this is going to be a whole new Vargas, and I love it. And even things like putting those 4 square spaces on the, I guess it's the western edge at the top of the charts over the easement. You could put a 4 square thing over the easement and they could still drive by, but we never thought about that. We just thought it had to be a road. So just little touches like that are going to make the campus so much nicer. Thank you.
Trustee Ching.
When you're saying that we should have more trees and more gardens at our schools, 100% yes to that. And as in the plan that's being presented to us, and it looks like there's a majority here, but I want to vote yes for this, but I have reservations, and my reservations are I want to know that we have funding for doing this at our other school sites that lack access to greenery. Stevenson, I'm thinking in some ways Castro as well, are urban places where children need greenery, and from that standpoint, I'm nervous because I recognize that we have some price escalations on our Measure T projects. I also recognize that this project was not part of the facility plan that was approved by the board in December 2019. I'm also, and I know I've said this many times, whenever we add something that wasn't in the facility plan, I always go back to the ballot language of Measure T. And I know I said this before, but in our ballot language to the voters said in this first sentence that Measure T would provide art classrooms and science classrooms. And I haven't seen any language in the last 2 years about any spending to provide art facilities or any expanding of science facilities. And yet that is the first sentence of a ballot statement that is sent to voters when they voted for this. So my nervousness of, do we have funds with all the escalations on our projects? I would love to hear that we have prepared proper funding in Measure T to provide green spaces to our other school sites.
Trustee Chang.
Oh, yes.
If it's helpful. So during the last board meeting, we had received direction to use the outdoor learning, to use an outdoor learning greening and budgets across for all of our school sites. So that is our next step, is to start looking at all of our school sites. And there is already funds budgeted towards that.
Thank you. Would it be to the same scale as this? So today we're voting on $685,000. Is it going to be the same scale that Castro or Okay, so thank you. That's reassuring to know. I see Dr. Ruff nodding. So to know that other school sites get that, I think is reassuring to that. Just some feedback though about the, and again, from a process standpoint, I think it would be nice if if there were more than one option brought to the board, because when you have, this is over, when we last year voted not to do the covering of the parking lot, it's because we were shocked that that it would cost $635,000 to cover the parking space. So we thought, oh, you know what, like, the tree removal, which was a controversial decision, would actually save the district money, right? This project is more expensive than the carport, right? So this is $685,000. $635 is what the carport would have been. I just, when I look at like some things here about, so this, again, I love more trees, more gardens, but some of these like kind of creative restructuring of a brand new school on their playgrounds, I wonder if these are things that look novel and beautiful now, but maybe lack functionality in the long term. I'm still nervous pulling out a full basketball court for like, I do fifth grade yard duty. So I do fifth grade yard duty. And I think about some of the things that like, when I look on here, I know the teachers already looked at this and reviewed this, and I trust the teachers at Vargas. But when you put the 4 squares by the soccer, that changes the line of sight. Like, like the current 4 square courts are all places are easy to see the kids from the playground. Like, are kids going to use 4 square balls, 4 square courts that are on the end of the soccer field when it's kind of alone out there? Like, I'm just curious, right? Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
We did when we visited the school site. We talked to the school site principal. We watched the kids play, and actually, it's going to make it easier for supervision because right now at the lunch hour they're split between where they're playing 4 square and the field. So we hear you, the concern, and they're all good questions. But I think that's why Vince and George and Carly went out to do a school site visit to actually observe how it's used, and then also worked with Principal Taylor to talk about the use of the site.
Well, thank you. And the information Dr. Ruff is providing and Superintendent has just reassured me. I will vote for this project. I appreciate the time that we took to answer these questions. And I trust that the site team understands, like, this is a really small school. It's a lot of stuff you're filling into the space, so I'm going to defer to the site team and that they know what they're doing on this. And I'll support this project.
I have just a few final comments. I just want to thank Carducci and Associates and Dr. Westover for hosting a very fruitful community input session recently. And to all the committee members that participated, I love the trees. I love the shade that's going to be available to our students, the 4 square courts, the space for creative play. I think the design as presented is really amazing. I had similar concerns as Trustee Blakely around, the growth, but it seems like you've gotten quite a bit of input around that. So I trust that you'll look into sort of the shade issues, shade for the solar panel, and I was thinking shade also for the garden that we're hoping gets a little bit of sunshine there so that it can sprout, bloom. But overall, I think it's going to transform the way our students play outdoors and interact with nature at Vargas for many, many years to come. I hear Trustee Ching's concern, but the $600,000 expense for a carport, I would much rather, pour that money into this space for our students for generations to come. I also think this redesigned green and play space will inform the way we think about our outdoor spaces for our schools and for across our district and our students across our district. So thank you so much. I'm very excited about it. Okay, with that said, is there a motion for this item?
Move to approve the design, budget, and schedule for the outdoor learning and greening project at Vargas Elementary School.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, on a motion made by Trustee Lambert and seconded by Trustee Blakely, this item has passed unanimously. The outdoor learning space and green project at Vargas. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Everybody.
Okay, with that, we will move on to the resolution, item B, climate change and green schoolyards.
Yep. So this one sort of goes with it, and just I think now that we sort of understand the charge, it'll be a lot easier to bring different options. We sort of stumbled onto this greening project, but I think moving forward, we know where we're headed and how to approach it. So I think that'll make life easier. So staff listened to feedback from the previous resolution and thought really critically about how we could take what you said and sort of push even a little bit further than what was mentioned. So I just want to highlight some of the changes that we've made in the resolution. I've touched base with President Berman, who brought this to us. So at least from our notes or my notes, the greening index definitely was something that people were appreciative of. However, we removed the actual metric of reduction of hard space. And what you will see is a series of different things that sort of address that, right? So obviously the board's going to adopt a series of policies that will contribute to this. We also, learning from this, will now establish an environmental sustainability advisory council who will help us to sort of address a lot of different issues. And so we'll be setting that up and looking for volunteers. So I know that a lot of people are interested in Vargas. We hope that that interest continues as we move forward. In addition to that, a broad environmental sustainability plan. So you tossed out a lot of different ideas. And we took that and ran with it a little bit more. So not only is it about engaging partners, but it's also about prioritizing different initiatives that are include but are not limited to the use of recycled construction materials, the reclamation as well as the reclaiming of waters, especially at any new sites, water waste reduction as well as diversion when possible, passive as well as solar heating solutions, intentional development of sustainable green spaces similar to what we have here, minimizing the use of hardscape and increase the site's temperature. We also will analyze all of the facility sites and sort of come up with metrics in terms of how we can work to identify. So this is that instead of having a 30% reduction, this is look at the site, analyze sort of what really needs to be done, and try our best to maximize it without having a true negative impact on the school site. And then putting some metrics behind that we can sort of go and work with. We want to also look at ways that we can do other types of things, electrification of our fleets, reduction of any type of combustible engine. So we wanted to go a little bit further. We know that we have generators that use gas, but it is possible that we can look at electric buses, electric trucks, electric tools, anything that can help us to reduce our green footprint. So like I said, we took everything that you had and sort of took it and sort of ran with it, trying to understand where we wanted this to go, but really tried to reflect sort of a mantra of we got to be better environmental stewards and sort of bring that in a full scale, not just when it comes to greening, but on various topics that weren't really mentioned, but inspired by the things that you were saying, from waste to water reclamation, and using that to go a little bit further. So we hope that this resolution sort of captures the thoughts that you have, and if so, staff is hoping that you'll approve it.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Trustees, do you have any questions? Trustee Lambert? No. Okay. Then we will, since there are no questions, we'll move on to public comments. If you're a member of the public and you'd like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom. Seeing as there are none, do we have any trustee comments? Trustee Lambert?
Yes, first I'd like to thank the staff and you, Trustee Berman, for this was a vastly improved resolution than it was the last time we were here a couple of weeks ago. I thank you for listening to the comments and integrating them. One thing I just want to comment on, and it's really not a criticism of anyone but it's more like an observation. I think too often, I listen to a lot of these environmental talks and at various board meetings and commission meetings. We often, or almost always, think about the environment as how it can serve us. We think about trees as shade. We think about reducing greenhouse gases, creating more oxygen. We talk about educational opportunities, and there's it's sort of an anthrocentric point of view of looking at the environment, and it's actually that kind of view that has sort of gotten us into this situation where we're exploiting the world around us, and it got us into this sort of terrible situation we're in now. And I think I'd like to see this as an opportunity to sort of change the focus, and that Cami Lowe mentioned it several times, the word nurturing. Animals, life, is something to be celebrated, and just for its own sake, not for how it can serve us. And those are the kind of values that I would like to see programs like this sort of inculcate in our children, so they grow up with the right kind of vision of what the world around us can be. I mean, I should just sort of stop there, but I see really tremendous opportunities for really changing fundamental mindsets, and we're going to need that if we're going to save our planet and have a livable life. So in the future, so I hope we can do that for this. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your comments. Trustee Chang?
Echoing a lot of things that Trustee Lambert said about this resolution. Thank you to everyone, the district staff that worked on it, and for the trustees, colleagues who assisted. Is such a strong, vastly better than the one before. And I think a real model for any school district that wants to do the same. The green score is it's really, that's my favorite part to it. It covers, previous resolution was focused on shading, which was largely kind of that human-centric thing you were talking about, but now the green score really is about being stewards. My only feedback, I'm really looking forward to, the resolution says in 12 to 18 months, a plan will come back to us. I'm excited about that because I know that's where the details will be. And in that plan, I encourage the district to really think about in that plan, what is the student and family role? Because in the end, for two reasons. One is, in a school, most of the waste is produced by the families and children, right? So if we ever want to get to a zero waste environment, it's not really what's happening by the teachers in the custodial or administration office. It's what are the families packing in their lunches? What kind of waste are they throwing away? What waste are they not throwing away? I think that any plan that comes back to us in 12 to 18 months, I really look forward to seeing how can we put the kids at the center in their actions, because if we can mindfully change, they're with us for 9+ years, possibly, right? Some of the kids, if they're with us from, kindergarten or pre-K beyond to 8th grade, we could fundamentally shift their habits by making them stewards, where their environmental actions on campus is another classroom, right? The outdoor space becomes that third classroom, whether indoor or outdoor, I guess they make waste anywhere, but teaching them to be ecological by the time they leave us in middle school, and that's our biggest gift to the planet. So look forward to seeing this. Thank you for everyone who worked on it.
Okay, well, thank you for, if there aren't any other comments, I will just make a brief comment. I just would like to, thank Trustee Conley isn't here with us right now, but hopefully she'll tune in at some point and listen to our conversation. She brought this resolution forward at first, and when I read this, what really inspired me to be fully supportive of it was, all of the conversations we've been having around Vargas. So I think the whole undertaking and the process that we've gone through since cutting down the trees at the front of the school have been an inspiration to how we will sort of look at our green spaces and our tree canopy over all of our schools. So that really has fueled a lot of this. And also having me myself worked in a school that had an extensive garden program, like understanding just the real impact that it has on all students, really can be incredibly powerful. So Trustee Lambert, I think you phrased it best, just really thinking about how we can just appreciate nature and the values that we can learn from that. So thank you very much for everyone's comments, and to Dr. Rudolph for really taking this, helping, push this revised version through and thinking about what our district is really capable of doing. And I'm just really inspired by it. And with that said, is there a motion for this item?
I echo what everyone said and move that we approve resolution number 05-012623, climate change and green schoolyards.
Seriously. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, on a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Chang, we have adopted resolution number 05-012623, climate change and green schoolyards as presented, has been passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we will move on to review and action item C, 2023 CSBA Delegate Assembly Election 20.
Yep. So the Santa Clara County Region 20 has 6 vacancies. So as a whole, you may vote for up to the number of vacancies. 6 in the region is indicated by the ballot. And I do want to point out that you received 1 more, I believe, or 2 more. Was it 2 more? All right, so 2 more that were not on the list, but you can vote for also. So I'm going to turn it over to y'all for you to select 6 people and then go from there. And then we'll submit it.
Yes.
This is, I'm thinking of our former trustee Wheeler would be really good at answering this. I don't know if anyone here, does selecting less than 6 improve the chances of anyone getting on? Does that?
I don't know the answer to that question.
I don't know either.
Okay. Yes, Trustee Blakely.
I did consult with several other people not on our school board about who know some of these people better. And I have gotten to meet some of them, especially during COVID when the Santa Clara County School Board Association was having sort of regular Zoom meetings, lunch meetings that I had more opportunity to attend than I have some during other periods. And I would propose that we support all of the incumbents. So that would include Danielle Cohen, Van Lee, Carol Przunka, and Bridget Watson, as well as a write-in incumbent, George Sanchez. And then I would also propose that we add Teresa Bond, who's been very instrumental on the Legislative Action Committee. She's the vice chair right now. And I think that gives us a good mix of people from different parts of the county. It's always nice to have people from different school districts in different parts of the county represented. And so that would be my proposal.
Yes, Trustee Chang.
Thank you. Thank you for the insights on the candidates. There's just one candidate I would encourage the board to consider putting in, and it was the one right in the trustee Horapachenko. He has been an active leader in diversity and equity issues as a board member, and as a district where diversity and equity is really important, I would feel very proud to have on the CSBA a DIJ leader, somebody who is putting that as one of the priorities, putting into leadership for CSBA.
Okay. Any other comments or nominations? Okay. Something we do want to consider also is, it sounds like oftentimes the incumbents, have an advantage here as well. So, it could be an opportunity to consider adding someone who, putting our vote in for someone who is new to the group as well. So I'm wondering if we can go down the list. It sounds. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. If there are any other questions, want to clarify on any other items? Thank you. I was just reminded that there might be members of the public that wish to make a comment on this item. If you're a member of the comment and wish to speak, you may raise your hand on Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Okay. So since there are none, so we can vote for up to 6 candidates. I would propose that we would vote for Van Lee, I spoke to a couple of people as well. And, something I heard was this is just a really incredible list of individuals, and that's what makes it so challenging. And we have terrific, it's a good problem to have. We have terrific incumbents, and we have, strong candidates that wish to be on the delegate assembly also. So we just need to basically choose six folks. We have George Sanchez.
And he would be a write-in because his district messed up and didn't get his paperwork to this in a timely manner.
Okay. All those in favor of George Sanchez as a write-in? Yes.
If I do it individually, what happens if we like 6 and somebody?
That is a great question.
If we're doing this, like we're not counting the 6.
Well, we can vote for up to 6. So one idea is we can, those that where we have a majority, we'll vote for the ones that we have a majority for, and when we don't, we'll just leave that out. Does that sound fair?
Then may I ask the process then that each of us suggest a person, we vote on that person? So instead of going down the list,
Okay.
each of us say who's the person we want to vote on, and that person gets majority.
That we can try that. Okay. And so since we started with George Sanchez, I hope it's okay to start with George Sanchez. George Sanchez, if you'd like to vote for George Sanchez, please raise your hand. Great. It's unanimous for George Sanchez. Do I have a second candidate?
I suggested trustee Pacheco.
Okay. If you would like to vote for trustee Pacheco, please raise your hand. Okay. All right, Pacheco. Okay. Do we have a third candidate?
Danielle Cohen.
If you'd like to vote for Danielle Cohen, please raise your hand. Okay, that's unanimous. Okay. Let's see. Do we have another candidate?
Von Lee.
Von Lee. Okay. Do we have another candidate? So far we have 4. We can vote for up to 2 more.
Bridget Watson.
Bridget Watson. 1 more.
I would put Carol Prozunka up.
Carol Prozunka. Okay, it looks like we have our 6 candidates: George Sanchez, Jorge Pacheco Jr., Danielle Cohen, Bridget Watson, Carol Prozunka, and Von Lee. Okay, thank you, trustees. We have selected our 6 candidates. Okay, and with that, we will move on to review and discussion, item 9A, in-person meetings.
All right, so just keep it moving. I think this will be a quick item. So the board earlier asked us to bring this back in February to talk about how we wanted to handle in-person meetings. We will continue, and one of the benefits of this space and the benefits of COVID and our tech team is that when we went into this environment, we designed it in order to stream, and then we redesigned it in order to facilitate Zoom at the exact same time. So no matter what, we can always continue. And there's actually 3 monitors in this whole room that can all simultaneously broadcast. And so it's actually a better setup than what we originally intended. So no matter what, we intend to continue to do a hybrid model, which is also board direction. So if you choose to have the public in, we will start setting up at the next meeting to allow the public to have seats, and we will be able to manage both in-person presentations as well as Zoom presentations. So the board meeting will essentially function, if you choose to function a hybrid model. We do know that the governor's restrictions are coming to an end, but again, the whole system is set up to allow for us to telecommute in. Staff will continue to remain only to come in for closed session, as well as somebody to sit here. But it's really up to you about where you want to go next in terms of allowing the public to sit in here, as well as I'm making a big assumption just based off of what you said last time, to continue a sort of the hybrid so that people can be at home and engage with us too. So we're just looking for your direction on what comes next.
Yes, Trustee
I just
Blakely.
have a question about when the governor's regulations come to an end. Do we have a date?
I should have came prepared with that. I do not. I know it's coming close to an end.
So it's the same as the cities? I thought for some reason or other the school districts were allowed.
Yeah, we function a little bit differently, but I guess his comments are really about the use of telecommuting or telemeetings exclusively. But we've already been able to facilitate our ability to do both. So his restrictions aren't really impacting us, but I'll double check. I'll see if I can find it.
Trustees, any questions? No? Okay. We'll move on to public input. If you're a member of the public and you wish to comment on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom. I see one hand up. Ms. Sandy Pruitt, you can unmute yourself.
Hello. I just want to encourage our board, if this isn't already in your minds, to consider that our district is comprised of TK through 8th grade families, and the majority of families have children who would need supervision in order for their parents to be able to attend meetings in person, which could limit the public input, as has happened in the past, especially from families who are especially constrained by income or access to childcare or their personal schedules for working in the evening hours. And so the ability to participate in board meeting comments via Zoom or another telecommunications venue is really valuable for families who are in any of those circumstances that I just mentioned. And of course, it's also important that people have the ability to show up in person, ideally in a way that is civil and accommodating to normal ways of interacting, which hasn't always happened in the pandemic environment. So respecting the need for safety for everyone in our city, I would just ask that we provide a variety of access so that people who have different needs can participate in our school board meetings in different ways. Thanks.
Thank you. Trustees, any comments? Yes, Trustee Chang.
Perhaps this is more of a question for Dr. Rudolph. Us going back to public meeting will not doesn't change your staff ability to participate from home, right?
Right.
That's on them, right?
My direction for staff will simply be if they are having a closed session item, they're required to be here, and then they can travel home after that. But in terms of them being here physically, now that we have the capability to do Zoom, they will in the evenings just Zoom in unless they feel it's ultimately necessary for them to be there. And then for the bigger events, teacher recognition, all staff will be here.
Thank you. So as long as the public can continue to be on Zoom, and as long as the staff can continue to present at home, which not only do I appreciate for them, and it's 100% effective, fully support to have people come back in.
Trustee Lambert. You can get
It's the right one there.
There you go.
Exactly the same. We need to do a hybrid model. People can come back.
Yes. Trustee Blakely.
Me three. And I really hope some people do come here occasionally. I miss the opportunity to interact with the public. It's not critical, but it's always welcomed. And I look forward to having that opportunity again.
It was nice seeing Joe Samitian this evening
Exactly.
in person.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I fully support that too. I think the hybrid model would be terrific to have. I think that Zoom has clearly made our meetings so much more accessible to so many that otherwise wouldn't be able to show up and voice their concerns, their preferences. So I'm all fully supportive of doing the hybrid model. So yes, completely agree.
And just real quick, just for the record, I don't think we had even though you voted unanimously, we just needed a first and a second for the delegate assembly. So you have your picks, just somebody needs to first it, somebody needs to second it, and then
Sorry about that.
just for
Yes.
the record, it's all fine.
So we've picked our six. Do I have a motion?
Are we doing it as a slate? Because I did not vote in favor of one of the candidates.
I think you had 6 as a result, so you didn't have anybody else on the list, at least.
Well, I had nominated somebody, but because we'd already selected another one, there wasn't room. Or maybe I didn't formally nominate. I had spoken in favor of somebody. I would have nominated somebody, but it didn't seem like that was a possibility.
Yes. Trustee Chang.
Why don't we kind of split into 2 motions? Then for the 5 that received a unanimous vote, I make a motion and we approve those candidates for the CSBA.
For the 5 where there was a yes. Then for the 5, yes, I can go back and restate their names.
Yep, let's just for the record, Nancy's
I have
is tallying this for the minute, so we want to.
No, I'm glad we're doing this. Thank you. So those that were unanimous were Jorge Sanchez, Danielle Cohen.
It's George Sanchez.
I'm sorry, George Sanchez, Danielle Cohen, Von Lee, Bridget Watson, and Carol Prezumka. Those were unanimous. So can I have a motion for those 5 candidates?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
On a motion made by Trustee Blakely and a second by the second by Trustee Chang. All those in favor of these 5 candidates, please say aye. Thank you.
Thank you. And the second motion is to, as the 6th candidate, is to Trustee Jorge Pachenko.
Trustee, for the 6th candidate?
Yeah.
Okay. I have a motion for Trustee for Jorge Pacheco. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay. All those, yes. All those opposed?
Will abstain.
Okay. On a motion made by Trustee Chang and seconded by Trustee Lambert, let the record show that there were 3 trustees that selected Jorge Pacheco Jr. and 1 trustee abstained. Do you have the information you need?
I do, but does that resolve her? Now, are you just not going to make the nomination?
Well, we can't have 7. So if we have 6.
Right. So I guess I should have chimed in just real quick. So according the way, what you would have done is you would have made a counter motion. That motion would have had to been carried or dropped. And then you would have came back to the original motion. So if you wanted your person to go after.
I think we're good.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Bill.
Okay. Thank you. We'll get this process. Yes, back to our meeting.
And Nancy says thank you. She got
Thank you,
the
Nancy.
record now.
Okay, so now so do you have the information you need for in-person meetings?
I move that we have in-person meetings with a hybrid model.
We don't need a motion.
Oh, just
Yeah.
I got all the direction. At the next meeting, we will have this open and ready to go.
Sounds terrific. Okay, we'll move on to item B, transportation report and scope of work.
Good evening. Before we start, can I make sure, Mike, you're able to unmute yourself? Oh, perfect. So this evening, Mike Rea will be presenting the transportation audit that they conducted. Part of this was part in due to board direction to explore how we might be able to do additional transportation to our choice programs. And in order to explore that, we needed to understand where our transportation department was at. So this evening, Mike is here to present what his findings were.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. Well, honorable members of the board and Dr. Rudolph, I'm pleased to present the report that pupil transportation information provided to the district. We were contacted by the district in October of 2022, and in mid-November, we were on site collecting information, interviewing staff, and creating the basis for what we wanted to look at. And essentially the scope of our work was to look at the transportation department in total and do a comprehensive evaluation of all aspects of pupil transportation, but focus primarily on the scope that included transportation or potential transportation to your choice schools. And Dr. Westover, will you be providing the PowerPoint?
Sure, I'm happy to.
For this? Yeah, thank you. Thanks. And I'll just prompt you through it. You can move to the next slide. So this slide just shows what our study was intended to look at. And again, we mentioned the choice schools. If you go to the next slide, the report has these 6 primary sections, and the subsequent slides go through each one of those sections with findings and recommendations. We try to minimize the time of this presentation. This is a fairly lengthy report that we provided. It's about 30 pages of information. So hopefully you've had the opportunity to review that. And the first section that we looked at was funding and finance for your pupil transportation program. And up until this year, the district has been receiving $482,000 to support pupil transportation. That money comes from the state, and it's an add-on to your LCFF base grant. And this year, the state did an historic thing in creating additional income, additional funds that could be used for pupil transportation for each school district in California that would essentially cover 60% of your prior year's cost. So what that means is that the district is going to be getting additional money to support pupil transportation. Right now, there's approximately 109 students that are transported, 57 of them being general ed, 10 of them being homeless students, and 42 special ed students. There are also 8 special ed students that are transported on different modes. The drivers are guaranteed 8 hours a day, but most of their routes aren't that long, so they have to do other work. That becomes a little problematic in terms of managing that. And we identified that the district doesn't operate their own fuel, but they have fuel that's provided by commercial fuel suppliers outside, essentially card lock locations. And also bus maintenance is performed by a contracted individual. And the recommendations in this section, and because our study was done a while ago, you have a very astute staff who have already implemented some of the recommendations that we've noted here. I don't know all of them, but certainly, Dr. Westover, if you wanted to identify any of those, that's certainly something you could do. We thought that there are some very expensive placements for special ed transportation, some of those specialty placements. And so I think the district should really look at if there are any of those students that they can transport on their own. The district also has established field trip rates over time, and they're set rates essentially for any destination that they go to, but it doesn't really take into account the potential for longer time for those trips. So we thought it would be important for the district to evaluate the rates that they charge for field trips. And we talked about the drivers being assigned other duties. And relative to the fuel suppliers, they weren't universally charging appropriately. School districts are exempt from some excise taxes at the federal level and the state level. And I know that's one area that you've addressed, Dr. Westover.
Yes.
The next page on routing and scheduling. You have an administrative regulation 3541 that essentially describes what general education transportation the district is going to provide. And it essentially says from TK to 5th grade, you'll provide transportation for students that live outside of a mile. There's no mention of any transportation provision for middle school students. When we were on site, we learned that there are some students that live in transportable areas, but they're not offered transportation. It's important, I believe, for the board to look at their administrative regulation, their actual provision of transportation service, and make adjustments to that administrative regulation. I note the different routes that are provided right now. And we also identify that potentially, especially during this time when it's challenging to find school bus drivers in your area, in your market, and not only there, but in California and in the nation in general, it's been very challenging to find and retain school bus drivers. And possibly as an interim solution, the district could use a non-school bus van or vehicle to transport some students that doesn't require a driver that has a commercial license or a special school bus driver certificate. So that's a potential thing that we looked at. We also noted that the department had purchased a pretty robust computerized routing system that was initially purchased to assist the district in identifying ridership on the buses in an effort to be able to notify parents and families whenever buses were late. In the report, we identify that although that's a wonderful effort, you all have to understand that it's not something that happens immediately. If there's an accident or a breakdown, your staff is dealing with that issue rather than dealing with trying to communicate. It's not something that can be done immediately, even in the most well-staffed districts and people that understand the technology. Your folks have just gotten that technology, and we'll talk about this in a later section of this report, but it's important for them to be well-trained and to understand how to use it, when to use it, and the different elements that could be potentially useful for your district. We also mentioned that bell time separation could be an important element of bus route efficiency. And we noted that parent volunteers occasionally drive field trips, and we make a recommendation that those parent volunteers should probably be in the DMV's employer pull notice program. Now that's a program where the district would be able to get driving records of people. There's no requirement for you to do that, but it's a best practice because if you have parents driving your students on a trip, you would certainly want to know the type of activity they have on their driver's license, whether it's accidents, citations, or a suspended license, perhaps. So I think that would probably be important for you. Your special education routes have limitations relative to the amount of ride time, and it really limits the efficiency of the routes. and requires you to have more routes on the road to be able to serve the students that you have. So we suggest that you look at amending those potential requirements. And then we also go into a section where we discuss the choice schools. And there are several elements of the potential choice school and options relative to transportation for them. We enumerate those, but we also suggest and recommend that the district hire an outside individual that could model some of those things. Now, you've got a computerized program that could potentially do it, but your staff really hasn't received the training to be able to do that. So we had suggested and recommended that the district hire a separate contractor to be able to model those things in a more timely fashion. And I believe, Dr. Westover, that you have contacted that individual and possibly already contracted for their service.
Yes, we have.
Okay, that's fabulous. Okay, and I think I've hit all the high points relative to the recommendations there as well. So the next page is staffing. And in the staffing, we note that your transportation department is staffed with a maintenance operations and transportation director. Your MOT director has experience relative to pupil transportation. He used to be a driver, but he's physically removed from the transportation office, making it challenging for him to be there. In most school districts that have an MOT arrangement, they typically would have someone at the transportation office that is of a supervisory capacity, whether that's a supervisor or a coordinator that has supervisory responsibilities. So we make that recommendation. Also, we noted that there were no substitute drivers. Now, typically, the district is able to deal with absentee drivers when they are absent, when they're sick or they need some time off. Typically, your dispatcher would cover a route. If there are more routes that need to be covered, doubles and still and communicate with families about the changes that would occur to make that happen. But we also make some suggestions about either staff that you have in the district already or other individuals that could potentially be school bus drivers, substitute drivers for the district. And we note that your current dispatcher is also a state certified instructor. More than likely, she's going to be retiring in a few years. And it's important for the district to develop a succession plan, not only for the dispatcher function, but for the state certified instructor function.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to interrupt you briefly. I just want to,
Sure.
My apologies. We're going to have to extend our meeting. So I just want to check in with the trustees and see if there's a motion to extend our meeting for tonight so that we can finish with this final item.
How soon do you think we could finish up? Can I move to extend it by 15 minutes? Does that give you enough time, Dr. Rudolph?
It'll be close. We'll make it work.
Okay, so I move that we extend the meeting to a maximum of 10:15.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. On a motion made by trustee Blakely, seconded by trustee Chang, unanimously voted to extend the meeting until 10:15. Okay, thank you. You may continue, Mike. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll try to fast talk. I'm not very good at that. So in the vehicle maintenance and fleet and facilities, the Highway Patrol does inspect school buses once each year, and they also do what's called a terminal inspection. And they look at all kinds of driver's records, vehicle maintenance record, and your drug and alcohol testing records. The district has actually had kind of a spotty record over the years of having unsatisfactory terminal inspections, with the CHP grades either being satisfactory or unsatisfactory. And we would just encourage the district to continue to try to follow all the laws and regulations as best as they possibly can, because an issue of unsatisfactory terminal inspections, the board and the superintendent could face criminal charges, which would not be a very pleasant thing to go through. Generally speaking, your vehicle maintenance is done well. You have a current satisfactory terminal inspection, which is essentially your safety report card for pupil transportation. Pupil transportation. There is not a comprehensive bus preventive maintenance program, which the regulations governing pupil transportation maintenance require. It wouldn't probably take much for your preventive maintenance provider to do that. You contract for your service with a for-profit vehicle maintenance shop, and we determine that they do a good job for you, and their price is relatively reasonable. The other thing that we identified, we'd become aware when we were on site that the district is expecting relatively significant growth over the next 5 to 10 years. And it's important for the district to plan to have an adequate transportation facility. Your buses are decent. You've got grants over the years to replace those buses. Your bus yard itself, where the buses are parked, is really pretty inadequate. The buses are what I call triple stacked in there. There are 3 buses with one in the back, then one parked in front of that, and another one parked in front of that. And so it's just not adequate and functional as a typical bus yard. There's also no fuel on site. And we also noted when we were there that there was a bus washer who was washing your bus as a contract individual, and he was doing that inappropriately. And your MOT director happened to see that, and he already communicated when we were on site that that was inappropriate and needed to be taken care of. Okay, if you could move to the next slide. So the driver training and safety. School bus driver training in California is highly regulated, God bless you. And school bus drivers must be included in the DMV's employer pull notice program. So you always have a driver record for those folks. And they also do drug and alcohol testing. We noted that the district is generally compliant with some of the major laws and regulations governing pupil transportation safety, but there's a requirement for a transportation safety plan, and the district really didn't have one. You had transportation plan of sorts, but it didn't include all the elements that are required in the code. So that just needed to be updated. And also we thought that your special ed department could do some specialized training for your school bus drivers, giving them a little bit of additional assistance in the work that they do. Okay. The next slide is technology. And so in this part of the report, we talked about the technology. And, you know, again, the district had purchased a very robust bus routing system that also has other modules that can be used for elements of pupil transportation. Typically, we don't see districts that run such a small transportation program buy such a robust program. It's very complex. It's very challenging. In order for you to really get that up and running, you're going to need to have support from your IT department, as well as possibly some additional clerical support to make that happen. It's kind of unreasonable to expect that your dispatcher would be able to learn a very complex computerized system while trying to do the rest of her job. And so the other thing that we talked about and determined, you're using different fully implemented. And, you know, I think the district really needs to determine what it is they want to accomplish with their technology and what can really be useful for them. It's very easy to go to conferences for CASBO or CSBA or other places, and They show you these marvelous programs where you just push a button and bus routes pop out, and it's not so easy. It requires a lot of support and a lot of training to make those things happen. And sometimes all of that technology isn't really necessary, especially in a small program where you've got folks that know your district inside and out and can probably outwit a computerized routing system by themselves, especially for the small number of students that you transport. So that is the end of my presentation. Does the board have any questions?
Thank you so much, trustees. Trustee Chang.
Sure. Thank you. In the investigating of our busing options, was there any estimates on what the cost of providing busing to choice programs may be?
So I think something that we are working on right now is based on PTI's report. We have short-term, midterm, and long-term goals that we're working on. And some of that is exploring what busing could look like for our choice programs.
And was there any also study of the scalability of busing out of North Bay Shore? So, currently North Bay Shore is zoned for Monteloma, and there is a bus that goes to North Bay Shore to Monteloma. As more housing is coming online in North Bay Shore, did the study look into the ability to scale that?
So there was recommendations for if we were to continue growing, what would be needed, but we did not specifically start to do maps for North Bay Shore at this point.
Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. Just one very quick question. You were mentioning that program, the scheduling program that's very complex, that needs a lot of training for. Were you suggesting that we get rid of that program for cost savings, or I just was wondering what the recommendation relating to that was?
Well, really the recommendation in the report is that you've already purchased the program. There's not really going to be any cost savings if you get rid of it. You'll have just wasted a fairly expensive investment. And so since you have it, it's important that your IT department supports the training and the implementation of that software program. Staff needs there might be during implementation.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, we'll move on to public comment. If you are a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you may raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Okay, seeing as there are none, trustees, any final comments?
So just to be clear, staff needs direction about your thoughts on transportation to the choice schools. So I know that there's a lot of different issues that have been unearthed, but we need to know what direction you want to go in that sense. So if you could, I know you have general comments, but if it could also address that issue, if that's the intention, then we'll keep moving and we'll have to come back with some planned routes and some other items.
Trustee Chang.
Well, I'm interested in a lot of the parents, especially on issues of equity, said that transportation was important for them to consider a choice program. I would welcome seeing cost to see what would be something that we would have to pay for as a district to provide that. But I am interested. While this was a really comprehensive report, I appreciate the time that put into it. There are questions there that I would have welcomed seeing in a transportation report. We have discussed about moving the bus yard off Crittenden, and we'd be interested in kind of continuing to explore that. But definitely not be interested in us providing fuel on site. Our busing locations are property are located on school sites, and I'm hoping we actually eventually are moving away towards a fossil fuel fleet. And I am aware that once you store fuel on a school site, that could change the usability of that space if you store fuel there long enough, or at all. I actually don't know if you can build a classroom there if that was actually one fuel facility. And just also this would welcome if we're going to do a thorough transportation study of looking at conceptualizing and mapping out, scaling out transportation out of North Bay Shore once that PAIR project comes online.
Okay, I'm just going to jump in and make some comments. So yes, I'm in favor with moving forward with evaluating the feasibility of providing transportation to our choice school. I think that that's sort of the whole purpose of this research and this endeavor. And I think that one of the things I really appreciated about the report is that I think it indicates some real opportunities of things that we can do now to maybe make our current transportation system run more efficiently. There's some opportunities there. And I think that there's some things that we can think of for long term if we end up going that route as well. And I think, an important thing to keep in mind is that, our big focus right now is thinking how we can provide transportation to choice schools for those families that feel like that's a barrier for them to participate in that school. So that's definitely something I'm interested in continuing. And, I think exploring those recommendations that were on that list, I think would be worthwhile as we sort of think about the stages that we're in when we're looking at transportation. I think for the McKinney-Vento, I think, every case is unique, but I think that would be an interesting thing to research as well. Any other comments? Trustee Blakely.
Yes, I think as we continue to do the lottery and the applications for the choice programs, I'd love to somehow or another think about coupling that with surveys at the front end in terms of interest in transportation, because I'd love to provide transportation to all kids to enable them to go to choice schools. But I'm a little bit worried about like building out something that there might not end up being any demand for. And I do like some of the recommendations you had that maybe we don't need as large of buses, or there's some other, but it might be that depending on what the demand is, that we don't have to invest in huge school buses. You might be able to get those. I don't remember, there were vans that held 12 that didn't require the fancier licensing and that sort of thing. So I don't want to overbuild our system and our infrastructure and our equipment if we don't have the demand, but I would like to make it available. The other concern that I have, and it's just an issue that we need to solve, but would be the routes and the schedules. And do we need to, is that going to impact the whole district in terms of schedules? I know it's very complicated to do bus routes and the start times, and now we have statutory start times that got pushed back a little later than when we implemented the bus system, 6 or 8 years ago. And so I just want to make sure that we do that carefully and thoughtfully. And I know we will, but I don't want to overlook the complexity that may entail.
Thank you, Trustee Blakely. I agree with both of those points. Yes, Trustee Lambert.
Yeah, I think for now it's important to focus on transportation to the choice programs. But I just sort of thinking that it would be really useful to understand how the kids in our district get to school in general. Are they, how many are walking? How many parents are driving? Are they carpooling? And, and I sort of, and then at the same time, find out, well, if you had an alternative, would you use it? And even though we're basically laid out in a neighborhood school concept where kids, theoretically can walk to school, a lot of these children live such that they would have to cross very busy and dangerous streets. And, that's not acceptable, right? So they probably, take a car, their parents' car, their parents drive them to school. So even for short distances, busing for those kind of kids could be valuable. But I just think just additional information. I don't think we need to rush in. We need to focus on the choice programs now, but in the longer term, understand a little bit more about sort of what the needs are. Thank you.
Any other comments? All right. Do you have the direction you need, Dr. Rudolph?
I do. We'll come back with some models, some costs, and then we do have some data that we've already partnered with the city with to talk about sort of the modes of transportation, but we'll also add in a survey too to sort of understand what the demand is, not only the choice schools, but also to possibly for all students to help us sort of project what our future growth is.
Sounds great. Thank you so much for the presentation tonight and have a good night.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on to item 10. Trustees, if you have any board updates, please email those in. Unless you have anything you need to share. We'll then move on to item 11, items for future agendas. I don't have anything to report on this item, so we'll move on to item 12. Future board meetings, those are listed on the agenda. And finally, at 10:10 p.m., we will now adjourn the meeting of the Mountain View